Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order, April 21st. Roll call, everyone's present, attested publication.
I saw it too.
Joni and Lori, thank you. Approval of the agenda.
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion made by Shelley, seconded by Lori to approve the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Paul will read our district mission, vision, and values.
Bangor School District, mission, vision, and value statements. Mission, Bangor Pride, a small school building big futures. Vision, an innovative small school creating excellence through personalized learning and relationships for all. Values, student-centered, small class sizes, continuous improvement, professionalism, opportunities for all, safety, foster community, sustainability.
Thank you, Paul. So joining us tonight, we have John Ashley from the Wisconsin School Board Association. John is with us via Zoom.
Good
Welcome,
evening.
John.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. First, I want to congratulate the Bangor School District for successfully passing a referendum. Not an easy job, and I know it took a lot of hard effort and work by all involved. So my hat is off to you. And I'm here for a special reason, and that is you have a board member that has achieved a milestone. I wish that I could be there in person. It is been a difficult year, but the great thing, and what I want to congratulate the leadership of the Bangor School District for, I think there's a perception that somehow we stepped away from our responsibility of educating our students. And you guys are a shining example of where that's not the case. You continue to provide an excellent education to your students. And I think you've been rewarded by the support of your community in the passing of the referendum. And part of that leadership that I'm here to acknowledge is someone serving on a board for 20 years. And I don't know where Paul is. It's a little hard on Zoom. Where I heard him speak up, but there he is. I never get used to these things, but I wish I was there to shake your hand, Paul. And I'm hoping that Superintendent Dave does have your plaque somewhere near and that it will be presented to you. But on behalf of the WSB Board of Directors and our staff and our membership, we would have loved to have you walk across our stage at the Wisconsin Center during our centennial year to receive your award for 20 years of service to the Bangor School District. That was not to happen, but I'm happy that I can acknowledge on behalf of our association the tremendous leadership you've provided to the Bangor School District. I've been doing this job for 15 years, and so you've outlasted me in terms of making sure that the district students were getting the support that they need. And I know that I speak on behalf of your colleagues on the board. You represent us well. It's my great privilege to acknowledge 20 years of service. That is not easily achieved. I don't know if any of your family members are in the room, but if they are, I want to thank them for loaning you to the district for 20 plus years to serve, because I know that they probably questioned, why aren't you home, Dad? But the truth is, it was their generosity that allowed you to be a school board member for these many years. And to them, I also want to express a debt of gratitude for allowing you to be on loan to the Bangor School District. So again, it's my great pleasure to acknowledge your leadership. And if you don't mind, I guess I Also want to acknowledge that your superintendent, Dave Lanning, is also worthy of acknowledgement tonight. He has been steadfast in leading the district. I know that he will be missed. And Dave, I just want to say thank you for your leadership in the Bangor School District. You did a phenomenal job capping it off with the passing of this referendum. That's how you transition out, right at the top. So I want to thank Paul, and I also want to thank Dave on behalf of the WSB. Job well done.
Thank you, John.
And John, if you want to stay on for a moment, I will be giving Paul this plaque. I will read it. It says Certificate of Recognition. This special recognition of service to Wisconsin public school students is awarded to Paul Winch for 20 years of service on the Bangor School Board.
Thank you so much. You said it so much nicer than I could have. And I hope that Dave's going to take a photo and put it on your social media and send it to us, Dave, so we can put it on ours.
We will definitely do that, John. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gene, did you hear that? Gene's in charge of my administrative assistant who runs the show, John. We'll get that to
Dave, you didn't have to tell me that.
Oh,
Somebody else is really doing the work. You're just up in front.
I thought that was a secret between us. Oh, that's okay. Okay.
Thank you, John, for joining us tonight.
Thank you, guys. And I can't wait to be there in person and keep that Cardinal pride going strong. Thanks, everybody. Congratulations, Paul. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next item. Resolution authorizing the transfer of funds. Dave, go ahead.
Thanks, Julie. Brian Brewer will be on in just a second. I see him on the Zoom. Just wanted to make a few comments and then I'll let Brian obviously take us through the procedure for this particular action that we're doing tonight. I just want to remind the board back at our annual meeting, a decision was made to levy an additional $225,000. And the reason we did that are a couple reasons. Number one, we've been fortunate in that our mill rate has been declining mainly due to paying off debt. And so managing the mill rate is the number one objective of this action. But also at the same time, what this action does by creating this escrow, it allows us to be aided back. And so in a conversation with Angie and Brian today, in terms of aid, because if we were not to do this escrow account and just leave it in fund balance, there would not be aided back. So by doing this, we do get aided back and approximately $50,000 in state aid in coming years. So reminder also, Brian, when he presented last time, talked about many districts do this in order to manage their mill rate. So it's just not Bangor, a lot of districts across the state. So I wanted to just give those couple of things as introduction, and then I'll turn it over to Brian now to lead us through the procedure for this action. So Brian, thank you and welcome again to Bangor.
Thank you, Dave. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for having me here tonight. As we discussed last late summer, early fall, we were looking at the school finance variables, looking at your multi-year plan, knowing that the referendum renewal would likely occur this spring. So congratulations on the successful renewal of that operational referendum. And as we've done with the district for many years, we looked at ways to position the district, taking all of those variables into account and put you in a better position for next year and years beyond. Because as we sit here today, heading towards the end of April, we still don't have a clear vision of what the biennial budget will be for the next 2 years. So as Dave mentioned, ultimately the action to levy the funds last fall and then to put them to work via an escrow account that will prepay portions of the debt and lower future debt levies, gives the board planning options to adapt to whatever the new, rules of the game, if you will, are for school districts heading into the next biennial budget. So I'm going to share my screen to show a couple of pages that, ultimately, it's a snapshot of what this single action is doing, but I also added a couple of trend charts that for those of you that have been on the board working through this year in and year out, you'll likely recall some of these decision points that put the district in the strong financial position that you currently are in, heading towards the end of the 2020-21 school year. So I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, are you seeing that this school district of Bangor summary of cash defeasance?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to zoom in a little bit more just so you can have a better chance at seeing it. On the left side of this page is the remaining debt payments from the 2015 referendum approved bond issue. You'll notice that the interest rates are at 3%, which is very low historically speaking. And after this year's payment that was just made on April 1, you have about $200,000 of interest cost remaining on those final 6 years of debt payments. On the right side of the page, you'll see the kind of the pink highlighted maturities from 2024 through 2027 are now lower by approximately $50,000, and the interest cost is lower as well. That represents the effect of using you had budgeted to use $225,000 to make a prepayment on those future maturities. Ultimately, as Dave mentioned, you're saving a little bit of interest costs, which is, it's not a lot because of how low the rates are and how small the interest amount is remaining. But it's primarily managing the total school levy and receiving this estimate of $54,000 of state aid for next year, such that can do a couple of things for you in your planning. Should there be a pullback in state equalization aid, this $54,000 helps to offset some of that, which is meaningful in your tax levy and tax rate for next year. Or if it's not, and the final biennial budget comes in relatively similar, that gives you some additional funds, in your levying that potentially you can plan to budget for an additional debt retirement for next year. So, a lot of this is setting you up for flexibility in future budget years. The amount due this year was $400,000, and this next page is actually probably easier to see the decision that we talked through last fall. We are right here in this final blue bar. So you levied $625,000. Last year's levy was $521,000. If you recall, you were scheduled to step down to $400,000 and then level out your payments at $400,000. So by levying $100,000 more than the prior year, that gave you the $225,000 to effectively lower the last 4 years of debt payments by about 50,000. So from a levy capacity viewpoint, it's this room between the dotted red line and your new after debt prepayment levy totals that gives the board future decision making over where to set the levy for debt retirement. And I put back the last 10 years. Paul, this is mainly for you and Dave in your farewell over the next month here. You recall a lot of these decision-making steps that we went through as you were going through the renewals of the prior 3-year operating referendums and the debt retirement of previous referendum authorities. And so at various points, this debt originally was up over $1 million. And through not only debt prepayment, like we're talking about this evening, but we also restructured and paid off debt and created a bigger drop at times when the operating referendum question needed to be higher to balance the budget. So we've navigated this step down in total debt levy to position you to be able to achieve some of your operational referendum goals as well. And while all this was happening, the mill rate trended lower from its peak in the last 10 years of 11.99. And I remember those discussions when we were looking at that operational referendum and budgeting that it would go into a little over 12. And since some of the growth in the property values kept you under 12, and your decisions with the budget, since that time, you've stepped down annually in your total school mill rate to what is currently $9.74. So all of these things take planning. All of these things take strong board leadership, strong administrative leadership, both with Roger and Dave and Angie, and then this consistent board that has thought ahead in some of its long-term decision making. So, with that, I'll take questions on the escrow itself. But again, I wanted to paint the picture as to how all of this sets you up and has resulted in a very strong financial position for the district as you move into the next biennial budget.
Brian, this is Tina Matheson. My only question on this is just to kind of make it clear, what we're doing is we're making a decision tonight for this year and we will revisit it again next year. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. This is utilizing what you levied for last fall. It's putting it to work by depositing it into an escrow account that escrow it's invested in U.S. Treasury investments, and it's designed, you're directing the escrow bank, which is Associated Bank out of Green Bay. You're telling them to go pay off the interest and then the principal associated with the 2024 through 2027 maturities.
Thank you.
Brian, if I could piggyback off of Tina's question, because Brian clarified that this today when Angie and I were discussing this with him. So if the board next year was to do something similar to this again in terms of managing your levy rate, mill rate, and looking at doing this to receive state aid back, I asked the question, well, is this escrow a one-time thing? But it's not, because Brian used the term, it's a single or revocable trust account. So if you were to do this again next year, you would have to go through this same process. But that would be a decision that, again, you would do at the annual meeting in October. So did I say that correctly, Brian?
Yes, yeah. I mean, this is a planning tool. That's why increasingly school districts have been utilizing it to manage the total school tax levy. Because at this point, under the current school finance formula, referendum approved debt and the community service levy, the fund to 80, are really the only two levies that you have outside of the revenue limit. And so the revenue limit is defined at, by the per pupil calculation multiplied by your enrollment numbers. This, this is a way to pay down the debt that you're eventually going to pay down, save some interest costs, but also receive state aid reimbursement. In the district's case, you receive right around 25% of each dollar spent. And then both of those things set you up for heading into the 21-22 school year, where let's say there's an aid cutback, or let's say more positively that you're able to have a higher per pupil revenue limit. Well, year one of those dollars is actually, most of it's collected on tax levy because state aid doesn't come in until year two. So maybe let's say that turns into $100,000 of budgetary relief. You can turn off a portion of this 625 and only levy 525 and still maintain the same total school levy. Right? By not doing that, you wouldn't have had that choice, right? Your mill rate would be going up and down each year without much control over it. So this is, it's really a part of positioning the district to react to whatever the final answer is out of Madison in the coming months.
Any other questions for Brian?
So Julie, if there aren't any other questions for Brian, what we'd simply need is a motion from the resolution. So whoever would like to make that motion, just simply read that language that's listed in the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution for formation of escrow defiance account for additional debt levy.
Second.
Motion made by Lori, seconded by Tina. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Well, thank you. Have a good evening. And Paul, congratulations to you. I've appreciated our time over the last decade plus, working on these items for the district. So I wish you the best filling your free time now to do things away from the district. So congratulations to you and look forward to seeing you in the future.
Thanks, Brian. I appreciate that. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Brian, for joining us tonight.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, next on the agenda, we will now hold the public hearing on the Department of Public Instruction statutory requirements per Wisconsin State statute for waiver of instructional hours per Wisconsin State statute. You can find this in your packet, page 25, 26, 27, 28, and also 29. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, so just again, a little reminder, we're asking for this right now. The DPI requires 1,137 hours of instructional time. And right now we're at 1,141. We started out the year in the 1,166 range, something, but due to weather, some late starts. Also, we did a couple of vaccinations. So right now we're 4 hours over. Now we may not need this, but this is just being proactive So in case something happens weird weather-wise or something happens with COVID, we would have this on file with DPI. So it's a proactive measure in that to address this issue. And so I guess if there's any questions, whether from the board or in the audience, I'd be glad to.
I just want to clarify, you said we're 4 hours over. That's 4 hours to the good. 4 hours in the
to-
black.
Yes. yeah.
Thank you.
So we're at 1141 right now, Paul.
Any questions?
Oh, was there any questions?
No. Any questions, anybody? So moving on to the next item would be approval of this resolution.
I'll move to approve the application for waiver of instructional hours per Wisconsin State Statute 121.02, para 1, para F.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Joni, seconded by Shelley. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, discussion regarding the land lot donation for agricultural and environmental education. Start with Dave.
Thanks, Julie. In your packet, there's information provided. I just wanted to give you a little background how this surfaced again. If you remember back in September 19, we were approached by the owner of the lot, which is the Meadowview lot right across from the softball field. He was willing to donate the land to the district. At that time, we had talked about turning it possibly into parking. But when we looked at the options, it was just too cost prohibitive to try to bring all of the fill and everything that we would have needed to do in order to turn it into a parking lot. So, we didn't do any other further action on it. Well, a couple months ago, when the village was talking about the renovation of downtown, all the street work, Mike Stang actually attended a meeting down there, and one of the village officials talked about, well, is the school still interested in that property? And he said, I don't know anything about it. So Mike brought it back to me. And so I made a call to the village, and they said that the work is going to include obviously downtown, but it'll also lead up to Highway B out here. They will be putting in curb and sidewalk, widening the streets. Part of that procedure is they will be hauling fill into that lot area. So we talked to them, and then it resurfaced. And Shelley, please correct me if I'm wrong, because my memory isn't what it used to be, but I thought that when we were looking at that as a building and grounds committee a couple of years ago, you had mentioned something about, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I seem to think of, gosh, why didn't we think about that back then?
Yeah, I had talked about, doing it for, it's right across the school for ag, and I thought it'd be a great plot for that to be used at, and yeah.
So anyway, when this all resurfaced, I did call the owner, and he said he's still interested in donating it. I reached back out to the village, and you can see in your packet, there's a village ordinance and conditional uses that would allow us to put together an educational outdoor area. And so then I asked to meet with Rick Mullenberg, Rick Bierbauer, and Josh Reynolds, who's the utility manager. And so we met over there, and the first word, I think, when I talked to Mr. Bierbauer about this and possibilities, he says, I have ideas. And which is, if you know Mr. Bierbauer, there's never a shortage of ideas. So again, I checked with the village, a couple things, any back taxes, anything like that, no materials that we'd have to be worried about. So So I think, you know, we're good to go. Again, this is just discussion tonight. And so we wanted to get your questions, your feedback, and then I can do some further research, or Mr. Beerbauer, Mr. Mullenberg. So, but what I did do is ask Mr. Beerbauer to be here and talk a little bit about his ideas. And in your packet, he gave some bullet points of some of the things that he's considering. So Rick, if you want to come down, please. And
One question I do have, Dave, quick before Rick starts. Did the village comment on what kind of fill they're hauling in? I mean, fill from a municipality can be anywhere from blacktop, curb,
Yep.
buildings, you know, basically contaminated dirt,
Yeah.
things of that sort. So what kind of fill?
yeah, we asked about that, Shelley, and they said it would be, I don't know, the layman's term, it would be good fill. It wouldn't be, you know, stuff like that, because that was very important. You're right in considering that. So Rick, I think you even asked that type of question, the soil quality and everything, right?
Right,
that fill.
what I think they were planning on doing was peeling back the topsoil, adding in the fill. You had mentioned that the current owner who's gonna donate talked with the city to make sure it wasn't just gonna be a bunch of junk, that it was gonna be clean fill going in, and then they relay out and re-level the topsoil on top of that. So I think that it would be a pretty cool educational opportunity. I kind of mentioned it to some of my students, said, hey, this is a possibility. What do you think we should do? And a couple of them said, let's get cows. So but I don't think that would necessarily.
No.
But we have the garden that we work with Land O'Lakes and Winfield over in West Salem. And one of the struggles that we have with that is we can't do any perennial crops over there because it's rented land. They rent it from, I don't remember who right off the top of my head, but because of that, we can't put anything that might come back year after year. So that would over there be an opportunity for us, is maybe do some additional fruit trees, fruit bushes. We do have the apple trees at the end of the high school here, but maybe we could do some more unique fruits and vegetables. Asparagus was an idea that came up because that comes back year after year. It's a pretty good crop that could be included in the school lunch program. It's got a lot of really good vitamins and minerals in it. There's a waterway that goes through over there. That would be a really good opportunity for natural resources classes and wildlife to work with the DNR and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to get some native grasses, plants, and flowers over there, to work with erosion control, do experiments with erosion control, everything like that, landscaping project opportunities, and then even just work with the kids having space in order to do different experiments and show different examples of things that would be possible in the agricultural industry. My thought it would be a lot of fun and also, very educational.
Rick, and you had mentioned in your handout too, that it just wouldn't necessarily be ag, FFA related. Science areas could use it, and different type of educational things, right?
Right, yeah, I know Mr. Liga, he brings students out and they do waterway testing, which is also something that we do in the natural resources class, and with that natural waterway over there, could work with that. Mr. Schilling has talked to me before about bringing students out to the greenhouse to plant to draw some natural plants and flowers. So that would be an additional opportunity for them if they wanted to go out and do landscapes. I'm sure that would meet up with some of his educational standards.
Thank you. Sounds like the list is endless.
Well, not endless, but
Anyone have any questions?
Julie, the only thing that I wanted to add is that because this is a residential area, and I believe I put it in the my memo, is that we would have to put in a sidewalk from where it ends at the house right next to County B. Mike Stang got a preliminary estimate of approximately $11,000 to $12,000 for that. So that would be a cost to the district, but I think it's very doable. And
You can't talk Terry into putting that in first.
I could try, Joni, and yeah, so.
Thank you, Rick.
All right, thank you.
So Julie, if, what I would do is, again, if you think of some questions later, email me or give me a call. I will take them back to the village or to the owner. But if you are in favor of this, what we do is bring it back at the May meeting for approval, if that's what you desire. So, thank you.
Is there anything else that you would like Dave to look into or investigate?
Are there restrictions, Dave, to what can be done there or what can't be done there? With it being in a residential area, like I'm assuming there's going to be height restrictions on where you can plant things maybe for visibility of pulling out there. I mean, is there any restrictions that they have on this that we have to abide by?
Right now, the ones I'm aware of, Tina, are the conditional uses thing, but I could check further if there are additional ones. But this is the zoning manager for the village sent me this and that conditional uses thing. So I could check if there's additional ones or not. So, but you'll see under the conditional uses of things that are not allowed. Mr. Beerbar joked that, but you can't raise livestock over there and everything. So
I just didn't know if that division had like a covenants or like an ordinance on their own, because some places do have that. So I didn't know if that was within that restriction or not. So I would maybe ask if they have like covenants there. I don't
Yep.
know if they do.
okay.
Lori
Uh,
lives in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I don't know if there is, I don't think there is, actually.
Okay.
I don't think there is.
And then if the sidewalk, if the road is being moved and they're doing sidewalks on that project, are they doing sidewalks to the, if you're coming across the tracks, are they doing sidewalks on the left when you pull into that addition or not on that side at all? Okay, so it's just when you turn within the park or within the baseball field. Okay,
The village is only doing the sidewalks on B, north and south, as part of their project. So they're gonna put sidewalks from the tracks all the way up to,
on the right side.
on the right as
Okay.
you're heading that way, yes.
Okay,
But
but they're
anything,
not allowed, they're
going
not
east-
being required on the other side.
right.
Okay.
Right.
What is the acreage size of this lot? Do you know that?
Not off the,
That's okay. I was curious.
It's not very big.
yeah.
I was just trying to visualize it. I don't pay that much attention
It's
to it.
not very big at all.
So the 11 to 12,000 that you were talking about, that was from a separate contractor. So if this company is putting in the fill in there, would they also be able to do the sidewalk at that same time or no?
That was one of the things, Tina, that was brought up that, I'm going to talk a little bit later about the sidewalk issues that we're having
Yeah,
around
okay.
here. Is that was brought up that, contractors that the village may be using, and if they're doing that, that we could look at possibly utilizing,
I just
that.
didn't know if the cost would be lower than this, if they're
Yeah.
using it for their fill at the same time and, okay.
That's a good point.
Seems like it should.
I would think it would be an offset. I mean, if they're using it to drop off stuff and then not have to haul it out, that's might be a wash.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll bring that back to the next meeting. Okay, public comments. John, anybody?
I did not get any requests.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, there is one up here. I'm sorry.
No, Merlin, we've got a special agenda for you item, so.
Okay,
And Merlin, that'll be coming up a little bit later, so.
okay. No public comments. We have a list of meetings to approve. We'll start out with March 17th, 2021.
I'll make a motion. To approve.
Who made it?
Tina,
Tina.
I'll second.
Motion made by Tina, seconded by Lori to approve March 17th open session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. March 17th closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Joni, seconded by Tina, March 17th closed session. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. March 22nd open session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Shelley, seconded by Joni, March 22nd, open session, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. March 22nd, closed session.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion by Paul, seconded by Joni, March 22nd, closed session, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. March 23rd,
Make a
open
motion.
session.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Lori, seconded by Tina, March 23rd, open session, all in favor?
March
Aye.
20.
Aye.
Aye, okay, sorry.
I'm sorry, what?
Nope, I misread. You're right.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. March 25th, open session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Shelley, seconded by Joni, March 25th, open session. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. March 25th, closed session.
Move
So
for
moved.
approval. Second.
Motion by Joni, seconded by Paul, March 25th, closed session. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. April 7th, open session.
Move for approval.
Second.
Is that
Tina.
Tina?
Mhm. Yep.
Motion by Paul, seconded by Tina, April 7th, open session. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. April 7th, closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Joni, seconded by Tina, April 7th, closed session. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. April 12th, open session.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Lori, seconded by Joni, April 12th, open session. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. April 12th, closed session.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion by Paul, seconded by Tina for April 12th, closed session. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. April 14th, open session.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Tina, seconded by Joni, April 14th, open session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. April 14th, closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Joni, seconded by Tina, April 14th, closed session. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, everybody. All right, moving on to the financial reports, vouchers.
Julie, Angie and I didn't receive any questions on the vouchers, but as always, if you have any questions, be glad to try to answer them now.
Ask for a motion to approve the vouchers.
Make a motion to approve the vouchers.
I'll second that.
Motion by Tina, seconded by Shelley to approve the vouchers. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Fund 21 checks.
Julie, just want to comment, again, as the board knows, there's a different format and accounting in terms of the funds where the activity accounts will be housed. And again, this is due to DPI and GASB, which stands for Governmental Accounting Standards Board. So what they did is issued a statement actually a couple years ago that activity accounts didn't fit in what's called fiduciary funds, which we used to house them in Fund 60. And then there's even a couple scholarships in Fund 72. So Angie, through work with her colleagues and doing a lot of research, was able to move this into what's called Fund 21. And In this Fund 21, as I said, for us, there will be those activity accounts and a couple of scholarships. And so what you will see on your board report is the disbursements out of Fund 21. So those are the checks and they're in your packet. I just want people to know that, or the board to know that it still follows the accounting guidelines, is that any revenue and expenditures are subject to the same audit procedures that we do annually. So it's a different fund for those now. And so I guess if there's any questions, I know Lori, you had, and I think Angie responded, and I just want to highlight these because we had talked about in the activity account, there were a number of accounts that were not being utilized, that had not been either any activity out of those for frankly, sometimes years. So those 16 accounts, and I can forward that email to you if you want to know exactly which ones they are. Those were closed, but they're still in Angie's, still tracked in a Fund 21 balance. And if by chance, if one of these activities, somebody would say, well, I'll give you an example, Helping Hands Ecology Club. Frankly, I don't know when that originated. And we had those, that were a number of them that just there wasn't any activity. But if somebody all of a sudden did say, well, that was my account and I had $200 in there, Angie has tracked that individually. So, but in terms of count activity, the remainder, the ones that we usually look at on a monthly basis, are active, but it's just these 16 were not. So that is what it will look like in terms of action in the future. The actual sheets that Angie used to provide, she talked to her colleagues and they said, we on a regular basis, their schools don't have that type of present that type of spreadsheet. If you still want that, Angie will provide it. It's just in terms of practice, that's not how other districts do their financials. So questions?
If we don't have that breakdown, Dave, then will Angie take care of contacting those clubs then, or not allowing them to get to negatives or getting over to too much or anything like that? That's typically what we said, if they got to too much or we wanted to know what was going on. So we can request it if we need it, but we're just gonna see a breakdown like we do with our current things.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, she will be tracking it. It's not like she has, the accounting and everything, so she will be tracking them.
Dave, that money then from those 16 accounts, if I understand right, then that money's just kind of sitting there and it'll just be there for if somebody would ever come to want to use it or need to use it or whatever, it's just going to be sitting there.
Yeah, I think, Lori, at some point, very honestly, as a board, it's kind of like, I guess, sometimes like senior accounts, that they sit there and nothing's ever done with them. Possibly you might have action as a board saying, okay, at some point, you disperse them or do something with them.
It would just be interesting then if that's something we're going to consider to look at what those accounts were and how much money is actually sitting there in
Yeah.
those 16 accounts.
Yeah.
Because are we talking a couple $100, a couple $1,000? You know what I mean? If you add them all up, what's the amount we're talking about?
I think, Lori, that, yeah, I would say that in general, when, some of them $50, some $100, some 100. So I would say 16 are probably a couple thousand. So I could definitely find out from Angie but so it's
Then for down the road, I think if we're gonna really close the accounts out, we need to know how much is sitting there.
okay. So otherwise, Julie would just need a motion to approve the Fund 21 checks.
And will we do that every month?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the Fund 21 checks.
Second.
Motion by Lori, seconded by Joni to approve the Fund 21 checks. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Financial report.
Okay, thank you, Julie. The financial report's on page 48. I'll go through it very quickly. So under receipts from the state of Wisconsin, number one equalization aid of $1,052,355. That's about 25% of our equalization aid for the year. Number four, per pupil aid of $442,232. This is categorical aid, and I just want to give you a little history. This started back in 12-13, and it was a way of giving aid, but not putting that money into the revenue limit. So it was providing support, it was providing aid, but if they would have left it in the revenue limit, then it would have increased more. So and the way it's figured is it's $742 per student and whatever your per pupil count is. So as I said, $442,232. And then down to D, miscellaneous. Number three, Bangor Elementary PTO, $614. That was a donation from them for special seating. So thank you, Bangor Elementary PTO. Number four, music backers, $1,000. That was for recording equipment for our music program. So thank you, music backers. Then number five, School District of West Salem, CRVA. That's a receipt from West Salem that where if we were taking their students, and this is high school only, semesters 1 and 2, and we were providing not direct instruction, but we were basically monitoring students that were in English or Phi Ed, or whatever it may be. So this, we received $10,410 from West Salem. Same thing, Holman, semesters 1 and 2 high school, $2,860. Then a donation from the Presbyterian Church for food pantry of $400. So thank you very much. And then, so our total revenue was $1,586,481.07. Our total expenditures, $1,166,083.86. So our balance on hand as of April 15th was $1,456,801.76. So any questions at all?
I'll move to approve the financial report.
Second that.
Motion made by Joni, seconded by Shelley to approve the financial report. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Old business. Barring none, committee report, building and grounds.
Okay, I would like to hold a Building and Grounds Committee meeting now that you're not meeting to death. What I would like to discuss, and I with the Building and Grounds Committee, obviously, is some of the projects, but specifically, and I wanted to say it in front of the board, and then when I bring it to the Building and Grounds, for the last 3-4 years, we've talked about sidewalks and addressing the sidewalk repair. You know, we've kind of, for lack of a better words, kind of stumbled around a little bit on what was best and everything to do. And I think we finally, the last time before then COVID hit and everything kind of went awry, we had talked about allocating $40,000 budget-wise per year, and then working on the entrances and going out. What I'd like to propose to the Building and Grounds Committee, but I wanted to also is, you know, that last year we underspent the budget by $200,000. Angie will also be, and she does this every year, looking at our budget over the next month and determining if there may be a surplus deficit. I think our budget years went well. So there's a possibility that there's a surplus. So what I want to run past the Building and Grounds Committee is do we want to look at, instead of $40,000, see using that money that we'd underspent and put into fund balance to make instead of $40,000 per year, this next year we put 100,000 in, or take it from fund balance. We've already in the regular budget put in 40,000. So I want to get a feeling from the Building and Grounds Committee, your thoughts on trying to do above and beyond that 40,000. And but I wanted to throw that out to the board as a whole. So when we meet as a Building and Grounds Committee, have that discussion, with Mike, and obviously there's a few other things, but then bring that back in May. So thoughts?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but because of COVID last year, we weren't able to do the first phase because last year or in the spring, we were going to start with the 40. And so that never got done last year. So,
Yep.
I mean, we underspent by 200, but 40 of that was going to be
Yep.
the sidewalks. Okay.
So, and then again, then we put an additional 40,000 in this year, Shelley. So technically, start 80,000, but again, it just depends on what the board would think in terms of how much of you want it. The other piece is that, we talked about what we have to do over for the lot. We've talked numerous times about from County B into the school. We don't have the sidewalk hooked up. And I think that's a safety issue. So I think it's one of the reasons why you sometimes don't see kids riding bikes because, okay, you may have the sidewalk coming out of the Meadowview, but then there's nothing that hooks it up to the school. So I'd also like to discuss possibility of that as part of the project. So.
And that is Shelley, Tina, Lori. Thank you.
So I will get a doodle out to you ladies and meet hopefully in the next couple of weeks. So thank you.
Okay, moving on to board president's agenda. First is the referendum for the 2022-2025 school year. It was held on April 6th. It passed successfully. Dave sent us emails throughout the evening. Thank you, Dave. Anybody have any questions?
Julie, I just want to point out the overwhelming support again of our community. It passed with a 66% approval, and that is fantastic. So I just want to say thank you to our community for again supporting our school and our kids. So
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I forgot to mention the results are on page 50. All right, thanks everybody for all the work that you did on that. School nurse report. Come on down, Tammy.
Hello, everyone. So we held the second vaccine clinic on April 9th and 52 staff members were vaccinated by Health Direct Pharmacy. Another portion of our staff, approximately the same number, 52, were vaccinated through their clinics or pharmacies. So now roughly 90% of our staff is vaccinated. Last evening, I had a meeting with the some collaborative members. It was our final meeting for the school year. There were local nurses, school representatives, La Crosse County, and providers from Mayo and Gunderson. One of the main messages from Dr. Kowalski from Gunderson was to finish the year strong, meaning keep up with our hand washing, our social distancing, and not let our guard down. The variant strains of COVID have made their ways into schools. And right now, our bordering states are seeing an increase in cases. Michigan is seeing the highest rates of COVID, followed by Minnesota. And there seems to be a hot spot in Illinois around the Chicago area. The new strains are reported to be more contagious and seem to be affecting children more so than adults. Currently, the Pfizer vaccine is approved for 16 and older, and Gunderson and Mayo do have vaccine appointments available. There are 4 variants to watch for in our area. And some of the local schools are already being affected. West Salem reported that they had gone quite a bit of time without any positive cases. And just recently they had 4 positive cases. And currently we have just 2 individuals in quarantine in our district with no positive cases. So if anyone has any questions.
Any questions for Tammy? Thank you. And thank you for being involved with the Cooley Collaborative and meeting with those people. That's helpful, Tammy.
They
Thank
did
you.
say we would meet before school starts again. And one of the big questions is, what's school gonna look like next fall? And nobody knows. It's going to depend on our case numbers and how many people have been vaccinated. So.
Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda, wearing of masks at after-school outdoor events activities. Dave?
In your packet on I think it's page 50, 51, 52, I believe. Obviously, as Tammy said, that there's still concern out there about the virus, and we are seeing an uptick in area schools in terms of that, and then a lot of it directed towards, the variants. We have been very, very fortunate through a lot of hard work by staff, and our kids have been phenomenal following the guidelines in school. And but what we'd like to talk about is obviously with football season here and outdoor, other outdoor sports starting, softball and baseball. We would like to ask for a revision that when it's after school outdoor events where it's very hard to control the number of spectators, that we would switch to strongly encourage the use of masks. So, for example, at a game, my feeling is that, okay, if you're with your family and 4 or 5 of you in a group, fine, don't wear the mask. But if we're talking about a group of 25 people all huddled together, I'd strongly encourage that you have masks on. I just believe that's possible because of increased vaccines and it's outdoor. But I don't think we're totally out of the woods yet. But I think it's also very honestly when it comes to outdoor activities, whether it's football games, baseball games, when you have 200, 300, 400 people to control it, to enforce the mandate, very difficult also. So we're asking to look at outdoor events, still strongly encouraging mask use, but not requiring them. Again, after school outdoor events.
So if being the proximity of the building to the fields, if they're going to come in and use the restrooms, they need to then put on a mask to come into the building, correct?
Yeah, I'd still say, Shelley, that everybody should bring a mask along. And again, depending on the situation, I mean, again, I feel that like I'm on crowd control for football games, that if I'm 50 feet from somebody, I'm probably not going to have my mask on, but when I go to talk to a group of 10, I'm going to throw my mask on. If I come inside, I'm going to put my mask on. So, it's really encouraging the individual to make responsible choices depending on their situations. So
What's going to be the expectation of the athletes and the teams that are playing?
I'm sorry.
What are the expectations of the players and the team that we're playing against?
Yeah, Rick, can you address that?
Yep, currently the WIA guidelines for baseball and softball are when they're on the field, they don't have to have a mask on, but in the dugout, they recommend that. And for football, if your helmet is on, don't have to have a mask on, but when it comes off, they recommend that masks are pulled up and on at that time.
So
Those
then
are-
I'm assuming that's the same for like track and cross country then?
Yes,
Okay. So say that baseball and softball, if you're on the field, it's required. It's not
you're- if
required.
you're in
If
the
you're in the
dugout.
dugout, it's required.
correct.
Okay.
And Rick, that's WIAA recommendations.
That is correct.
You need a motion then, Dave?
Yes, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the revisions to require wearing face masks. What do I want? Yeah, not wearing face masks on the outside, after school events to strongly encourage.
I'll second.
Motion made by Shelley, seconded by Lori, all in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Moving on, use of facilities by outside groups.
Okay, in your packet, page 54 and page 56. Again, we've used kind of a graduated approach as the situation has gotten better in terms of COVID. So on those sheets, we listed what we've done, and we are revisiting this month by month. So again, tonight we are making a recommendation, and then we will again make following recommendation in May, depending on the situation. So you on that page, you can see our past recommendations. I won't reread those. So our recommendation tonight, we would still recommend keep the inside facilities. If a group wants to use them, that they limit the group size to 15 or less. I do want to let you know, in talking to Rick and Mike, that the groups that have been using facilities have been fantastic. They've followed the protocols. I think they're just very, very grateful to be using the facilities. And so I have not heard one negative that a group is not following it. And Mike staying and his staff have done the training. So kudos to those groups. So now the next step is outside facilities. And so there are certain groups that are asking, for example, we just got a call the other day from Bangor Park and Rec for softball, use of softball fields. I know the Bangor Lions do a punt, pass, and kick, and they may be asking us to use facilities. So with outside facilities, I don't have a recommendation for a cap on the size. I use the word manageable group sizes. I don't know if there's some other language that you would recommend, putting a cap number on it. I just, when I say manageable, if you have two athletic teams out there and there are 30, people, that's fine. But, I don't think we want, and I'm trying to think of a situation where we would have 500 people in a space out there. But so, and in outside facilities, again, we would ask, encourage mask wearing, strongly encourage it. So, so that's our recommendation for this month pertaining to outside facilities. So thoughts and questions on that?
One question I do have, Dave, on page 56, number 7, practices will be grade levels only. Wasn't that stricken last month?
I think, Shelley, that Tina asked me about that, and I went back and tried to find my notes, and I'll be very honest. It may well have been, and I simply missed that. So was that, was that taken out? Okay, so I will make sure this time to update that, and so for next month it'll be so. Thank you, Shelley, for bringing it. Tina, thank you for that.
So do we need a motion, Dave?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So by the April 21st recommendations on outside facilities, are we going to allow the Park and Rec then to host games and encourage mask wearing is what
Yes.
you're saying there,
Yep,
correct?
Yep, yep.
I feel like we made 2 revisions to this outside group, 1 to 12. And I think it was 7, but Jack, do you remember? I think you had something for number 1 on that last time. Is that what we did? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because I think to Jean's point, we had the Bangor students below, we put that up top, right, Jean?
So the revision is in here, is what you're saying?
No, she's saying that's what the revision was. That number 3 goes up to 1 if they make the revision. So 1
Okay.
gets taken out and 7 gets taken out. 3 goes to number 1.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the April 21st recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Shelley, seconded by Lori to approve the April 21st use of facilities by outside groups. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next is to approve the 2021-2023 contract for new superintendent, David Brackup.
So I mean, obviously, we presented it, he signed it.
Yes.
So as far as us.
I sent it to him and the next morning he sent it back signed. Lori had worked on the revisions that we talked about and the few things that we talked about. And he accepted that and Lori and I both were having internet problems that night, so I didn't get it to him till late. And then he sent it back right away the next morning and texted me and said, looks good. I did have a conversation with him before I emailed it, as we had talked about. That went very well.
So what is our process tonight for ratifying that contract? Simply a motion, or is there more to it than that?
Just to approve it, we need a motion.
Formality now.
Oh, it's just a formality.
Well, I will move to approve the 2021 to 2023 contract that we as a board presented and was accepted by David Brackup.
Second.
Motion made by Joni, seconded by Paul, all in favor,
Aye.
opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Request for facility use for high school girls summer basketball league.
Merlin, why don't you come on down? So just a little bit of background, I sent you an email. Merlin had called Kevin Pravik, our AD, yesterday morning, and then called me about the possibility of looking at the school district, the Bangor School District hosting summer league. As you might be aware of, our teams, in this case, our girls, have participated in the UWL Summer League for the last few years. And I think Merlin, they also do the Wisconsin Dells, but Merlin will give you more detail on that. So Merlin asked to be put on the agenda. I talked to Julie and she said to put it on. And Merlin was asking for to explain why he's asking for this and a simple vote yes or no, and we would move on from there. So go ahead, Merlin.
All right, thanks for your time. I guess kind of the last couple of years, our girls have participated at UWL for a summer league basketball league on Tuesday nights. Obviously, the boys have been down lacrosse at Logan and Central, with the shakeup with what happened last year. there was no league whatsoever, and obviously understandable. This year UWL came back out, obviously having this organized for the past number of years. Bobby Vandenberg, who used to be at Viterbo, is where it used to be at. When she left Viterbo and went to UWL, that's where she kind of took over with Karen Middleton, the current coach there, to keep this league going for, I'll say numerous. Dave asked me a number of schools. I really can't tell you. It kind of all depends on, what level of competition they're in as far as that goes. But UWL has been fortunate enough with their rec center as well as with Mitchell Hall to be able to host everything at that location, central location for all schools that come there. They've done all the administrative work for it, collected the dues, found all the officials and everything for it. Been really run really well. Been very, centrally based for everybody that way too, and been really well for all programs involved. I guess this year they kind of came out to us as coaches again and said, you want to run the program, want to get back after it again, kind of offer this the youth programs out there. We had a Zoom meeting on it as far as that goes, had a ton of interest, obviously from the area schools that were involved in it in the past. And they went forward, and what really came out from UWL was they said their high administration, the president of the university, whoever it was, so the only way they would allow UWL to use it was when they're bringing in large groups. They said was they were going to require them to have the COVID test before they came in for like a camp or something. So they went to them a couple different meetings and said, well, this is gonna be pretty hard for us to bring these girls in, boys in, whoever it was, because this is a week by week every Tuesday night for about 5 weeks. And obviously administer a COVID test, whether it even be the rapid test, just because of the fact that so many groups are coming in after 5 o'clock. The league goes, starts at 5, 6, 7, 8, and even 9 o'clock at times, depending upon the number of teams that are out there. So there'd be no way for them to administer the test, which is what they were requiring. So they went to one more meeting a couple nights ago on Monday night, I believe it was, just to kind of see if there was any way that because of how this would be, run and organized, whether they were still going to require that test. And they said, they weren't going to allow it without. So since UWL's kind of came out, they've asked as far as, they really still want to administer the league, but they're looking for host facilities. My thought, and this is kind of where I've kind of came in, is obviously the league would start. There's different tiers to it depending upon the level of what you're playing. Obviously with spring sports still going on with the freshman squad, JV squad, varsity reserve as they have in a varsity program. So it all depends with the spring sports still going on. They would start on June 8th, like the freshman groups and probably the JV groups, thinking that would be some younger programs out there of kids that would not be, that would maybe be completing their spring sport already. June, that season would then be done on July 13th. They have a little tournament. They would start the older groups on June, either the 22nd or 27th, depending upon when schools will be done with their spring sports seasons. And that would be done at the end of July. The last Tuesday, July 27th, I believe is the date on that. Here again, the number of teams involved is obviously everybody has an opportunity to only play in however many they want to play in however many weeks, from 4 to 5 to 6, even some have even only played in 3. So it really depends on, how many teams are there, how many nights they want to play. UWL has still been willing to do all the administrative work for it, find all the officials. They're just looking for facilities. My thought to this was here again to not bring as many people in, was to see if communities out there or schools out there could host one level, so that we would only, for example, with in our case, we would have a varsity program or we'd have a JV program. So we would be willing to host in the 3 facilities, either starting, depending upon which one, the June 8th date and going to July 3rd, or starting the June 22nd date and then going to the end of July. One of the levels that we would have a team involved in, and that would be the only group or level that would be in Bangor week to week to week. So it would not be as wide of a variation. Obviously, we would be allowed to charge a charge for people coming in, as far as that goes, for an admission charge. Obviously, it's going to be an incurred cost to this district in order to clean up, and as far as the janitors and all that. When it comes to the sanitation, I understand that, and I am very much prepared to pay the district part of our gate fee as far as that goes, split it with them. They want it all. I don't care. I really think this is something I want to see our kids do again. And it's a great thing for our program. Obviously, as far as the masks and all that, whatever guidelines we put out there, UWL has already said that for them to run this league, they were going to require the mask to begin with. So I believe that that would not be an issue, in any way, shape, or form, that anybody that comes in would be mask required, first of all. I guess, like I said, the biggest one would be, whether we could use our facilities here for either of the two levels that we would potentially host for a 5-week period, is what I'm asking for, so that this league is potentially available to be had. And then obviously looking for other districts to step up, potentially West Salem, Sparta. I know Shane Schmeling has been talking with Unalaska to see if they could host one of the levels also. So trying to keep it kind of centrally located in the area, proximity of where it's been in the past. I guess that's my ask, my request. I know that obviously David said he was coming to the board tonight talking about the facility use. Time is an issue. I didn't want to come next month when there's only a month for them to get all the paperwork and the administrative part done. So I guess it's kind of a push thing to be able to come back with a positive or negative answer. And I guess I'm prepared for either one. So thank you. Any questions, I guess?
So Merlin, just to be clear then, I mean, I know how Summer League is ran, but just to put the numbers in the other board members' heads, you're talking possibility of 5 hours in a night.
Yep.
The 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yep.
And 6 teams per hour. So if it's full, you're looking at 30 teams coming through our facilities at max.
You would be looking at, how they've done in the past has always been 2 games per night. So here again, you would not be that kind of numbers, no.
Sure.
And I guess the reason I was looking more so probably at the JV level was obviously for the gate charge to help, reimburse back to the district, was where I was looking at, more so than the varsity end. Numbers, if we're looking at numbers, I guess whatever you guys would put on for a number level to spectators or what, I guess that's what the league has to go with as far as that goes. So we're really looking at each team would come in and play 2 games a night that way. And normally they're back to back. There are a few teams out there that have requested, because of the mask being worn, a break, just, 1 hour break in between, just because to give those kids a chance to get a little rest as far as that goes, and then come back on the floor. So there have been requests both ways. A lot like to get there, play the 2 games and get out and go home. But there are a couple that have gone the other way with the 2.
So Merlin, I just want to understand that UWL, they would not host it unless students were COVID tested before or when they arrived or before they
Yep.
played.
So and here again, I don't know who it was that made the rule on it, but he basically said that they wanted, because of the group, because they would be hosting everything with the large number that would be coming in, that they wanted a test administered per, not just athlete, but per athlete and spectator that came in.
Spectators as well.
Yep. Well, originally they weren't going to allow a spectator. And so they were just going to have the kids drop at the door. And UWL said, here again, that's not even realistic. Mom and dad for these younger kids have to come, unless you're going to leave them sit in a car. And so they just said that with the time constraint to it being 5 o'clock and on, they couldn't even, they cannot administer a rapid after that point in time. They're not open for it.
So how many teams would be here? I mean, I know Shirley had a larger number, so are we talking, how many teams would be here in a night then?
Well, I think realistically, you're looking at, with 3 facilities, you're looking at, I would believe you're probably looking at 12 teams, 13, 12 to 14 was probably more realistic.
So
Thinking
4
of like
per
2.
facility, so this,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, well, and here again, they may, because of the makeup of where we are, they may have to go to this facility for a game and then the elementary school, or, because you're not gonna be able to get back-to-back games with the first 2 teams that play at the same facility, obviously.
So, okay, I missed what you said, Merlin. So if a team played here, could a team play at more than one school?
They
Or
are.
more than one gym?
In our facilities, correct, just because we're not all in one building. So, they may have to go from the high school and then go play at the elementary school, correct? Just because all of our gyms aren't in one building.
So it's obviously not realistic to only have only the teams playing in the building at the same time, because you're gonna have those people that have a waiting period to play their second game.
If anybody, if anybody requests that, the wait period, or the next game coming in, correct. Obviously, we're successful in the winter sports, volleyball, we even increased the spectator allowance. So when you look at how many people were in the gym for a spectator game for volleyball and through the early spring here and late winter, I don't know that we really saw cases increase there either.
So UWL says no. Why would Bangor say yes?
I guess that's my question. Like I said, I guess it comes to, I think when they're looking at the RAF group or the large group of them administering everybody is probably the reason why, in my opinion, is because you've got 4 levels coming into one facility and bringing everybody together at once. And that's why my suggestion was to only have, instead of in the old days back when we used to do it through a West Salem program, it used to be, and Joni, you're aware of that, when we used to, Shelley's aware of it too, I believe, we used to actually travel from school to school to school, week to week to week, and you just rotate and move. And this way, the thought was obviously just to keep one level. You'd minimize your kids and you'd keep them in that one location compared to, here again, if you're in Bangor, and this is different than obviously being at UWL too, you could have kids that be playing at 2 different locations or 2 different teams because of the fact that it'd be hour on hour on hour on hour they could potentially be playing, where here they're not going to have that availability. So I think you're really minimizing your kids that are going to be able to attend, that they're either in Bangor or they're in West Salem or wherever they can find other potential host sites to do it. You're not going to see kids that are transferring from team to team to team. They're going to be more so just centrally on one team.
So is just a thought. Is it safer to do multiple locations like you used to do that, so you're not bringing everybody into one location, or you don't have that option?
Well, we could turn around and just say, we could host, say 6, say in one night, we could do this 1 week and then be out of here too and not do it. And that was a thought too, was to see if schools could host one night and, bring through as many teams as you can. In my opinion, I felt it was safer if you just, bring in one level and that's it. And you don't bring in as many different kids, you're not bringing in seniors and freshmen and, from week to week to week, it's just one group and that's it.
I was just thinking contact tracing when we're talking, if you are talking 12 to 14 teams, then who's doing that contact tracing there? And then if they're paying multiple teams, then you're then talking about the exposure from that first 2 teams then to the next teams that they're playing. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I would love for them to have this opportunity because it's a structured activity. I'm just trying to think of what is the safest and best way for everyone to kind of get to the same resolution.
You're still going to week to week be playing a different team, different teams. So even on that one night, you're only going to be in contact with 2 teams.
Right.
And then the next week you're still going to be in contact with two potentially different, opponents out there. So I guess, it's just a matter of, to me, it was a matter of not bringing as many people into the district and into our school. It was a matter of more so grouping it into a smaller group rather than moving it around and bringing a larger variation in, I guess.
To Tina's point, who is responsible for contact tracing or keeping track of which kids is there going to be a sign-in?
There would, I guess, what we would do, what I would want to do here is obviously just, do as we did in basketball, which was obviously the temperature check. As far as the contact tracing prior to, we saw it in basketball. I think you're going to see it in your sports out there. Everybody can sign the waiver saying they're free and clear, but what's even after it happened, what's the ramifications?
Yeah, I guess I'm not so concerned with signing a waiver or something like that, but say Lewiston, they have 7 kids. I mean, because we're talking out of state as well. We're not just talking Wisconsin.
Right. I mean, as far as they
So-
normally go as Caledonia. I
But
think,
say if a team
right.
comes down, 4 kids, who's doing the contact tracing for the 2 teams that team has played? where is those records? Who's keeping those records? And then who's making the phone calls?
And I guess that's where I guess if you want whatever we need to do, I mean, I'm prepared to obviously take that back to them and say this is the only way that we would be allowed to host it. I mean, nobody in the meeting had any any gripes about obviously the masks and that kind of stuff. We all went through it during a season in order to participate. So I mean, there was no gripes about, I think everybody's just looking for a way to what do we need to do it, basically is what it comes down to.
I would feel a lot more comfortable having, inviting 3 teams in to play, Bangor. Have 2 of them play here, 2 of them play at the other high school, take your break and then swap. But that's not, 4 versus 14, that I just feel like we're inviting a lot of people on one night. I know it's just one night, but it's 3 facilities. It seems like a lot, but if we could do a smaller group, they would still get the same opportunity that we're presenting to them, right?
If we can find enough schools to obviously, allow them to come in, yeah.
And you don't know who is interested in doing this at this point? Like, you don't know the teams?
When I had talked, everybody was kind of obviously sitting back waiting to find out what UWL found out. She had heard back from Caledonia, and Shane Schmeling on Alaska was another one. Otherwise, a lot of them, she said she just had not heard back. She didn't know, what, whether anybody else had approved on it. And I said too, I didn't want to come to the board and if this was not even, if it wasn't necessary, if it was obviously allowed to be hosted down there too, as far as that goes. So I don't know how many other people have, addressed their school.
We just told our Lions Club they couldn't do their pancake breakfast in the elementary school. We just hosted a prom with, a small number of kids. All of these things we're doing because we're looking out for the district at large. And I think this, as much as I applaud your willingness, Merlin, I don't know that this falls on the Bangor School District to keep that summer program going. And I think as a board, we need to think about everybody and not just a basketball team. So I think it flies in the face of everything we've done to this point. Tammy just gave us a report. COVID's not done. It's not going anywhere. We can't let our guard down now. So I think it's counterintuitive to everything we've worked for this far.
We are watching people though, as you just talked about their Paul, as far as you guys did just approve for, as when I went through a whole season, I had to watch people walk in and allow only 2 people that always had to be masked, and you just approved hundreds of people to be standing together outside without a mask on.
Play outside then.
But it's outside too. That's different. It is different.
There's still a group.
But there's air exchange outside, Merlin. The science tells us that we should be outside as much as possible. I also respect your efforts for our girls, but we have been so conservative, and rightfully so, with success of all of our practices, and this would be counterintuitive to what we've been doing. And it makes me nervous even having 3 teams here or 4 teams.
It's fine. I just want to bring it up, I guess. Like I said to Dave, I was more prepared for a negative vote, so at least we knew where to go, than to wait another month and then just say it could have been approved, but not to not have the time frame to be able to allow the administration to get their work through. Thank you.
All right, let's see here. All right, John,
Do we need to act on the request?
do we need to, yeah,
It's
good
an
question.
agenda item, is request.
Yeah, I think that it would be good to have it in the minutes that there
Okay.
was action.
I would move that we deny the request for the facility use for the high school girls summer basketball league.
I'll second that. Motion made by Paul, seconded by myself, Julie, to deny the request for the summer basketball league. All in favor?
Aye.
Do I need to do a roll call vote? I think so. Joni,
I,
Tina,
I'm saying aye to what's presented at this point. I'm not comfortable with 14 teams. If it's presented in a different manner or different teams, it may be reconsidered in my opinion. So it's an aye for 6 or 30 teams.
Shelley,
Nay.
Lori,
Nay.
I say, I made the motion. Jack,
Nay.
so motion carries 4-3. Okay, computer lease. John,
So,
Dave?
yeah, Juliet, just a reminder that John brought this for discussion at last month's meeting. And in your packet on page 57 is the proposal. And those, so I'll have John present again the basics of the lease and answer any question you may have. So, John?
Okay, thanks, Dave. Yeah, as Dave said at the last meeting, you asked, approved or whatever, that I checked into replacing laptops all at once in a 3 or 4 year lease instead of doing it in a yearly basis and like we have on our 5-year plan. I did check into it. I made sure software worked and our Promethean boards and our smart boards worked with these laptops, and they seem to work okay. I did some other tests like on Microsoft and Google and all that, and all the stuff that we did. And everything seemed to work fine. So I guess what I'm asking then is to look at this quote, and I did a count and with staff and other laptops like the laptop on this projector here and IMC and everything like that. So there would be 75 total computers and then adapters and then I had some extra charges in there too with this quote. So as you can see the total there, and when I talked to the Apple rep, it's 0% interest in this lease. So all you would have to do then is divide it by whatever 3-year or 4-year lease. So just divide it by 3 or 4. And I don't know if you have that total in there or not, but if you did a 3-year lease, it would be $24,550 a year. And a 4-year lease would be $18,412 a year. So in our 5-year plan, every year I had planned on purchasing approximately $20,000 in laptops a year. So we're right in that ballpark here of leasing. And the advantage of this lease then, you would get them all at once to replace everybody all at once, and then everybody would have the same exact model, just like the iPads, identical, pretty much identical, except it's laptops. I don't know. I guess if there's any questions on that, or
John, can you also just explain how the process will go for selling the used laptops and all that?
yeah, we would just do the same exact thing that we're going to do with our iPads. The company that repairs our laptops and iPads, they're also interested in this. First we would give the staff members, they could buy the laptop that they're currently using, and then we would offer it to the public also, just like we're doing with the iPads. And it would be the same price as what the company says they're worth. So just like the same exact deal that we're doing with the iPads. So for example, for the iPads, we're going to be selling them for $80 to $100 because that's approximately the range that they think they're going to be worth. In regards to a laptop, I know it depends on the shape of the laptop, but it could be $150 to 200, 300, depending on how new the laptop is. Because we have a range of laptops right now, you know, from some are a couple years old, some are 6, 7 years old. So it all depends on the age of the laptop. That way you'd sell it for.
When you had started your discussion here tonight, you had said you ran some of the programs and they ran okay. It seemed like you had some reservation there. Were there some problems with it or did they?
Well, at first I had problems with it, but I called the companies itself, like Promethean and the Smart Board Company, and they worked me through those problems and everything seems to be working fine. So. The advantage to the Apple laptops, they have a new processor in here, and anything that is older software, they have a thing in there called Rosetta that will actually run the older software with this new processor that they've made. So that is one advantage to these Apple laptops. So even though a company that has an application doesn't have the application made for this specific processor, it will still work because Apple Computer has designed it to work with the older style.
Have any feelings one way or the other in 3 years or 4 years? Is that a lifetime in a laptop's life?
I wouldn't be afraid of going with the 4-year. I mean, we've been averaging on 4 to 5 years in our laptops right now. So Apple seems to have a good range. I mean, very good at that for lasting that long. So
Thank
haven't
you.
had any problems.
And from the financials you explained, it sounds like this could be some cost savings.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
When I read the contract, it talks about all sales are final. Are there some kind of warranty or guarantee of the products that you're getting at the time?
Yeah, Apple has a 1-year warranty on all their
1 year.
products. Yep.
Okay.
Historically, have you had problems with more, or, after a year?
Very little at all. There's a reason that, in my opinion, that Apple laptops are a little bit more than like a Windows laptop. And the reasoning is because, in my opinion, it's built better. Better products made for that machine. And so it just, you pay a little bit more for what you get, in my opinion. You seem to last a little bit longer with less problems. And their resale value also holds up, just like the iPads do.
This is a ridiculous question, but we're saying it's a lease, but we're actually purchasing them, correct? Like they are physically our devices.
At the end of the lease, yes, we actually will be purchasing for $1, and then they'll be ours.
Okay.
It's like the iPads are. I mean, they're under a lease, but then we actually end up with them.
Yes,
Is that right, John?
yes. So we don't officially own them until the end of the lease. So. Yeah, it's just identical to the iPad lease.
And these are something you can get. And I say that because a lot of technology things are on back order right now. So are these actually accessible like right away?
I talked to, that was a good question. I did talk to our Apple rep about that because I was concerned about that. It said it's the same deal as the iPads were, 4 to 5 weeks for delivery. So.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for John?
I'll make a motion to approve the computer lease for the 4-year timeframe as recommended by John Magnuson.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Lori, seconded by Shelley to approve the computer lease for 4 years as or as presented by John. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
John. Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Okay, school board election results. Congratulations, Lori. Congratulations, Tina, for being reelected. Congratulations, Lisa Horseman, for being newly elected to the Bangor Board of Education. Thank you very much. And election of the school board officials timeline, April 26th through May 26th. I'll let David talk about that.
Yes, so in terms of sitting on the board, the statutes read that on or after the fourth Monday in April. So because we got talking Paul and Lisa, that when does Lisa sit? But again, the timelines say the fourth Monday of the month, which happens to be April 26th. So so on or before April 26th, the newly elected members need to take the oath. And so Gene, I think we're all good on that. So, and then in terms of timeline for board officials, that we will, has to be done before May 26th. And so at our May 19th board meeting, we will act on election of the officials. So.
Okay, thank you. Next, approval of graduation diploma board designees. So graduation is Sunday, May 30th. And Jack, are you interested? Okay.
Yep, I'm interested.
Okay. Jack has a son graduating, and usually we have 2. Anybody else?
I'll do it if there's not anybody else that has family or, I mean, I always open that up first, so.
Thank you, Joni. So Jack and Joni. Thank you. Correspondence? Dave, do you have any correspondence?
No. sorry.
Okay. CISA 4 report. I did not attend the last meeting because I was here on that evening, April 7th, I believe it was. So I will report next month. I'll find out from the minutes what we covered. Administrative reports, Mr. Chaplin.
Thanks, Julie. First thing I have on there is the Paraprofessional Appreciation Day, which was May 7th. We have a lot of great paraprofessionals working on staff here in the district. So recognizing all the great things that they do. And then today is actually Administrative Assistant Appreciation Day, and the great administrative assistant staff we have working with the district, especially Jean, because she takes care of me for anything that I need. So, but the other ones do as well. So, and I know the Mike and Dave and Rick appreciate them as well. Our physical therapist is retiring at the end of this school year. She has her own, she's self-employed, so she's provided the services for, I'm not sure how long, because she was here before I was. And we're currently going to probably replace that with services from CISA on that. The special education outing that we typically do in the spring probably will be canceled again this year, but you know, if they're in May, it looks better, we may do it at the end of May, but I'm anticipating canceling that again because of COVID, obviously. And then the last thing on there that is everyone's favorite on my report is the state testing, which is currently in progress. Most of the forward exam at the middle school, high school is completed. Mike's building started it this week, and hopefully we'll be done with that relatively soon. Our ELL testing is in progress as well. Trying to get all those kids tested on top of their forward exam, as well as the Aspire for grades 9 and 10 will be starting next week. So hopefully we'll be done with all the testing in a couple weeks here.
Any questions for Josh? Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Julie. Just a shout out, thank you to the Tilbury family and the Presbyterian Church for the food and monetary donation. My office was stuffed full of grocery bags full of food for families. It's finally empty now, and it took about almost a month to get that unloaded, which is very generous on their part. They also gave, the Presbyterian Church gave us $200 to be used for our student backpack program. Steph Steiner has been having a really great year, being creative in her way of providing a variety, a lot of dairy, a lot of local meat products to our families that participate in our program. So I appreciate that. Forward testing, everybody in the elementary school is testing on the iPads this year. That's new. It's going really well. And we will be done with our 5th grade tomorrow. 3rd grade will be done next Thursday. And then 4th grade, they have social studies and science tests, so it takes a little longer. They'll actually go into the first week of May, but I've been in most every classroom at some point or other during the testing to see how things are going and help out where needed, and it's going fairly smoothly. So I do want to shout out, thank you to the teachers for all their efforts. They run a tight ship with that, and they need to. They do a good job, and Kathy Coulterman has helped out. Both her and I have been into different classrooms just to troubleshoot when needed. So thank you to them. We've been using Life Touch photography for a long time. Last year, it was purchased by a different company, and seemed like the quality and the timeliness of everything kind of went downhill without necessarily a notice. I didn't realize at the elementary level how the classroom composite is a very important piece to the puzzle as far as pictures go. And Life Touch decided they were not going to do that last year. And just timeliness. I know just the other day, maybe 2 weeks ago, Joyce was just asked to edit our staff composite picture. And it's almost end of April. I'm like, so actually Cahill Photography out of Amory, Wisconsin reached out to me earlier in the year, had a nice conversation with their representatives, and then set up a meeting with both Rick and I for that. We ended up meeting with the president of the company, a small company, and they have timelines that are clearly more appealing. They can get the entire product minus the yearbooks done by the end of November. As far as cost goes, it's a smaller company, so there's a little bit of variance, but let's say your smallest package, 1 or 2 pictures, right? And a digital. Let's say that was $10. It was a $3 increase for Cahill on the low end. But as far as their top of the line package, Life Touch had a top of the line package was like $76. And Cahill's almost identical package, actually, I thought it was actually a little bit more elaborate, was $40 cheaper. And I don't even know how they justify that, but so nonetheless, the cost savings seems to be substantial to the parent, to the families. I thought that was important. I checked with a couple different schools that Cahill does their pictures for, and nothing but absolute raves. One of the big questions I had was their deadlines and commitment to that, and they are spot on with what they say they're going to do. Nice thing about Cahill 2 versus Life Touch is you get one person to work with. I know I get emails. I just got one today from a different person altogether from Life Touch, just about a different piece to the yearbook piece or whatever it ends up being. So More or less just, unless there's questions for me on that, that's kind of our plan to move forward with elementary with Cahill. You want to comment any of just the yearbooks stay with Jostens, I believe, at your level?
Yeah, our yearbooks, yeah, we'll stay with Jostens. But we'll use Cahill as well, the photographer, and a couple other things that were appealing. They said anybody that buys the package online early gets a free digital download. They can use it however they want. Also, the photographers, they go through between 10 and 15 hours of training per week. They talked a lot about the quality of pictures. They said they have about an 80% buy rate and less than a 1% retake rate. And they really specialize in schools. They're a third generation company as well.
I would say the one thing that went well with Life Touch was the people that took the pictures were super. And they were, but after that, it's been a battle for the last 2 years. Summer school, I'm concerned. I have some questions for just maybe some dialogue with the board about summer school and for as far as not only staffing. You can see down below that currently I have 8 elementary teachers, 2 middle school teachers, 1 high school teacher, which is band, and 3 pairs signed up to help out. Need about 25 teachers to make summer school as it is considered normal happen. So the dialogue with the board, I'd like to hear your thoughts on cohorting and what that would look like. So if just an example of something that we could do, other schools, I've talked to Cashton, West Salem, just to see what their plans were as far as cohorting goes. Basically, if first grader signs up, they get put in a first grade class. Whether what that number looks like ends up being 1 or 2 staff members. Each kid would get literacy, numeracy, and then an enrichment course of some kind. And then we would probably rotate that enrichment activity for a week, and then we do 3 different ones over 3 weeks. So same time frame with the day, as far as 8 to noon, let's say. But just your thoughts on, are you interested in, are you asking for cohorting because of virus reasons, because of numbers of staff reasons? That would severely limit the number of enrichment type courses that we could offer. But right now, it doesn't look like we would have staff to run. We don't have staff right now to run what we want. Right now, what I have in place would be kindergarten and 4K is set to go. So anything from first grade through 7th, 8th grade, I don't have staffing for.
Short of forcing somebody to teach, I don't know what our answer is going to be. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people from a lot of districts.
Everybody has the same problem. There's
Yeah.
not a single, I mean, as far as people I've talked to, they're having a hard time finding staff, so.
So I guess what is the problem there? We've heard all year long that teachers would do anything for their students. Now summer school is kind of a need thing. What's the deal?
They're exhausted. And it's an elective and it's not in their contract.
Does it need to be a signed thing that fits into any other duties as assigned?
I think, Michelle, you'd have a very difficult time with that legally because they're separate contracts. And so to force people to teach summer school, I think it legally be very, I don't see that holding any credence, so.
Okay, yeah, it might not help this year, but you're saying that that is something that we can't do, like on a 3-year rotation that is part of their teaching contract, that once every 3 years, they will teach a summer school class? That's something we cannot do to our teachers?
The contracts as it currently written are for.
Right, as currently written,
our-
right.
Yep.
But is that something we can do going forward to mitigate this problem in the future?
We could research it. I've never heard of that, very honestly. You know, the schools that do it, and it's again, a separate duty. And so it's certainly something they could research, but I don't see how it.
Understand you're saying it's a separate duty, but it's teaching our kids of this community, which they signed up to do. And we've heard every month we'd do anything for our students. And now when we do need something for our students, we have 8 signed up. I mean, I understand you can come with your exhausted, but who's not in this thing and still go to work 12 months of the year?
Mike, I don't think you've sent out information in regards to interest, but you're assuming your level of students enrolling would be the same as prior years, I'm guessing?
You know, I don't know. I'm curious to see. We send out our kind of our recommendations for students of, let's say we recommend this kid takes this or that math or literacy type thing. And I would say half of that number returned them. So yeah, I don't know if that's telling or not, honestly. I'm getting, yeah, I think people would want normal summer school. I do. I to a point. I just don't know. I don't know what the level of comfortness is. I think the kids are fine coming to school. I don't think right now, I think we're doing a good job with everything. I don't think parents have a problem with what's currently happening. If we didn't cohort, you know, we just ran it like a normal summer school. I wonder if that wouldn't push some people away as well. But
Okay, so explain that part to me, I guess. So cohorting before, you could have multiple ages, like first and second could be together in like bike riding or
Yeah,
third and fourth. That's
you-
what you're implying.
yeah.
So how would, so we're talking about in trying to get teachers to do this. Would that be a fear to them though, to do that cohorting? I mean,
Yeah.
I would assume that would be a concern for the teachers. If I were a teacher, that would be my concern.
Yeah.
So
would.
then,
And especially numbers in the class, that kind of stuff. I mean, if you had, you know, we had probably classes of 20 something doing cooking or baking or whatever, those types of classes. So I don't think that's a possibility, but outside activities, you know, I think you could get in those numbers, but
so you're
then,
thinking if you had like second grade and you had 20 kids enrolled, you would do 10 and 10, and then that same teacher would have them
Yeah.
for the whole time,
you know,
and then they would teach them math, reading, and then a fun activity.
yeah, when I got a couple teachers from outside the district that like to do the track and stuff like that. So they would do probably then you would look at that's one of the enrichments and have them do 3 different ones over 3 weeks. So then you'd rotate it through. Every kid would get, let's say you did a K3 kind of or K2 type thing and then a 3-5 type thing where you know you'd have math and literacy every day and then you'd have, and it could be it's not remedial. Everything wouldn't necessarily be remedial. It would be a little bit different than what we're normally a remedial type stuff. You'd probably just have to make, you know, fun with math or extension type opportunities versus straight remedial things, you know, but because you'd have kids of all varying abilities at that point in a cohort. Whereas if we were pulling students from a remedial perspective, which we have done in the past, you would have small class sizes. That's what we did last year. That was the only thing we offered last year was virtual, was small classes of remedial. We wouldn't have that in a cohort situation. You'd take all first graders, all second graders, all third graders and have to work a program around the whole class. So it wouldn't be as, let's say, prescribed as what we're used to, but we'd also be able to keep kids together in their own cohort. And then and both Cashton and West Salem are doing that. So I lean that way, and it's probably better for staffing anyway in this scenario.
But we are also asking more out of our staff for summer schooling this time than we have previously also, correct? like in a different way. We're asking for a different thing too. So that may be why you don't have as many people willing to sign up to.
Well, that hasn't been determined yet, so it's not, the sign up has
Okay.
nothing to do with that information, but certainly trying to fit into what their desires are as well as part of the conversation. And I've talked to a number of staff members just about different options. And I mean, I wanted to know what your position was on the cohorting. In my opinion, we're probably best off leaning that way just to be careful and provide a different product, just so you know, though, that it wouldn't look, the remedial side of it wouldn't look quite the same as what we're used to, but.
I mean, what's worked with the school now, you know, with the social distancing and the masking
Yeah.
and things of that, we're definitely going to want to keep doing that. If you think
Yeah.
cohort, I mean, I agree with the cohorting, and if it creatively, if you can come up with something other than by grade, if it's, you know, just interest or something like that, but yeah,
Yeah.
keeping the same kids together.
Regardless of, let me just, how do I phrase this? So the students who have currently said that they would attend are all in need of some assistance. So that would be a component of whatever we do. Trying to not make it drudgery, tried to make it some enrichment things is on us to figure that out. And Joyce and I have been working on a schedule that could work that way. But again, and I gotta find staff to do it.
Mike, would it be worth it to send out just a 1-question, 2-question survey to just ask parents if they are considering summer school to get a better idea of what the true interest is?
Yeah, that's planning us to do that either tomorrow or the next day, with after tonight, to just kind of talk through
Yep.
it a little bit with, so you were aware of what I was thinking, or what, I will get your input on it and what you would like me to do. And the next step, Joyce and I just talked about that yesterday.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, I mean, right now we think that everybody will, but maybe they're not going to. I mean,
Mhm.
maybe the interest isn't there. I hope
I-
that's not true, but that would give you a better gauge of, do you really need the 25 that you're asking for, or is it really only 15 and you're at not, you know what I mean?
Yep, yep,
I don't know.
Yep, and that's, I think if I put I needed to kind of put a framework together for parents to say every kid that signs up would have a math experience, a literacy experience, and then an enrichment experience. And then from there, I can, kind of say, all right, I'm going to get this many third graders, this many, I can do a little easy survey of what grade is your kid in, or what, whatever. That's my plan. It was just a matter of brainstorming, talking to other districts, and trying to see what your desires were.
Mike, refresh my memory. Summer school is 3 weeks.
It is
Okay.
July 12th too. So that was another piece of it, is there's a big difference between, right now, the end of April, and what could be on the table in July. I do believe that. And hard to forecast out what, as far as vaccinations go, and as far as kids and all that kind of thing, although I don't believe that our youngest learners are going to be vaccinated anytime soon. But still, the difference between today and July 12th is significant. I think I think there'll be differences.
And my second question is, do you have any ideas of how we can attract staff?
I don't know, I guess.
Let me ask that, Mike. I've been talking to a number of superintendents. As Mike said, as Joni said and talked, I mean, this is very definitely a problem in every school district. So a couple of our neighboring districts, what they did is they did a one-time substantial pay increase, one time. So for example, these two districts increased their hourly pay. And I should say that districts do it differently. Some do it by hour, some do it as a percent of contracts. So we happen to do ours on an hourly rate. So these two districts in particular, which are neighboring districts, increased their pay by about $8, $9 an hour. And what that did in the one district that happens to be in our conference, substantially increased the number of people, teachers that signed up. The other district said their numbers have increased. So, other districts are looking at other options, and again, they're looking at a one-time increase. So my recommendation to the board, and I put it in my memo to you, but I'd like some discussion and action. So our recommendation is to recommend a one-time incentive pay of $500 for summer school teachers. Again, one time. The approximate cost, if we were to look at 25 to 30 teachers to run a full-fledged program. And the reason I say full-fledged program, when we're talking about, okay, you have to remember that our summer school also counts into our 3-year rolling average at 40%. Okay, so if our numbers, we say, oh, it's okay that we don't have this many. I mean, and so number one, I would want to offer everything we can, not just remedial, everything we can for our kids, because I think we owe them that. But secondly, is that it does have an impact that we've been averaging up until COVID, of course, which put everything askew. When we did the 40%, 7 to 8 kids under FTEs. So if we don't get the numbers, it will have an impact on our 3-year average. So again, our recommendation would be to offer a one-time incentive pay of $500. Again, depending on the number of teachers we get, if it's 30 teachers total, it would be $15,000. This would be paid out of ESSER funds. And that's what a lot of schools are doing in terms of summer school incentive, is using ESSER funds. I will remind the board that we have spent our ESSER 1, and later on I'll talk about our ESSER 2 expenditures. But we still have 3/4 of our ESSER 2 funds left, and we have all of our ESSER 3 funds, which are double our ESSER 2 funds. So, and I don't know if this will be the answer. I don't, but based on what I'm hearing for the other districts that have put this in place, it has helped. So again, one-time incentive pay of $500. Again, and if it's full-time teachers, obviously, if they're only teaching one class, you would prorate it. So that would be our recommendation tonight.
Well, if you're gonna have cohorts, can you even have a part-time teacher?
I guess I have to put the schedule, or I have to put a full-blown schedule together. I agree with you. Joni, I don't see a part-time teacher there, but I guess I don't know. Yeah, I should say this. How about this? A teacher might work 1 week of the 3 weeks.
I suppose
Yeah.
that would be more realistic anyway.
And a part day. But, I could, there could be a scenario where somebody came in to do some remedial work and only wanted to do 2 hours in the morning or something. We pull that out. So, and I guess I have one extra question for the board too. And this came up today, and I don't know how we feel about it. I think it would be fine, but high school students have historically helped out with summer school as a way to earn their hours. I see that would be fine as long as they were assigned to let's say a cohort and just part of that. But unless you have any other concerns, I was going to look into that a little closer.
Back to the bonus, what about high school, band, ag, all that?
Yeah, probably. I would think so. I mean, you'd have to, I think you'd have to be equal to everybody,
Just
but
teachers.
I guess that's not my call. I guess that's not my call.
Again, we would look at the amount of hours. So if we would align Jack with, okay, if the ag is putting in this many hours in comparison to the regular elementary, so we would prorate what that would look like. So
So it's 20 hours a week, I think, for elementary for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So 60 hours. So roughly $8 an hour is what they would be getting, right? Did
Mhm.
someone do the math?
Yeah.
Yep.
So like if you look at that prorating for others, and is it just teachers? That's my other question.
yeah, at this point, it's would be just teachers. So I don't know if, there might be discussion later on if we want to talk about aides, bus drivers, but at this point, it would be the biggest challenge hurdle is getting teachers at this point. So Mike, any other?
Yeah,
Question.
I have my budget, but I didn't
Right,
know if
but
that
I-
was an action item or not. I
Yeah,
was kind of
no, this
waiting
is an
for-
action item. so.
Any others, anything else on summer school, certainly reach out to me and with questions. And then just my budget, it's in there for the building.
Mike, hold it.
Yeah, let's have
let's-
some more discussion about
yes.
the possible incentive. Yeah.
I'm curious if we might have the cart before the horse here. To Lori's point, I know you're trying to get a feel for things, Mike, but just like we don't know how many parents are going to send their kids, I'm curious if we should survey the staff to see if an incentive would change things rather than say, yes, let's do that and still only get 2 more teachers. So we really haven't gained a whole lot and we haven't lost a lot, but is time the issue there? Can't we, if we as a board were to support that, can't we get a better idea if that's gonna have an impact? Is that worth it?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, that's not even hard to do. It's just a matter of throwing it out there to staff and to parents to see. I'm curious too, Paul, in terms of how many parents are gonna, so that the catch all is once you have your students, now you need enough staff to do it. So, do you, do you establish the numbers first, and then, then you got, you always run into a summer school is trying to find those last few teachers to help out, but certainly over the next couple of weeks, getting some information
But
is,
the worst thing that would happen is everybody now wants to teach and then you'd have the problem of saying we can't use everybody.
that's crossed my mind, yeah.
So,
Yeah. I mean, I hear where you're coming from, and I thought about that too, and, but it would be, certainly, it would be a, people that have already signed up first kind of get their thing, but also the skill set of the individual and such.
yeah, and I appreciate that, but again, and then back to Tina's point, we don't know if it's the money thing. I mean, they just might be fatigued and need a break and
It's
all of
not,
those
yeah,
things too. So
yeah.
I just think there'd be some value in seeing if that carrot does us any good.
So Paul, would you recommend then that, again, I'm just cognizant of the timelines for Mike to try to get this done and everything. So I mean, Mike, do you think, okay, just tentatively surveying the staff saying, okay, this has been discussed, it hasn't been approved? Is that the type of survey, Paul, or thing that?
I guess the more you think of it, there's no harm in doing what we were going to do to make that motion if we're going to pass that tonight. But I guess we don't know that that's going to do any good.
I certainly can find that out for you in the next couple days.
But then again, time is of the essence. So then, do you come back to this in May? Can we tonight say, hey, if this is going to improve the situation, we could support it? And if you're gonna do that, then why don't you just make the motion and support it, I guess?
How much is the ESSER 2 money?
Excuse me, I couldn't hear you, John.
How much was the ESSER 2 money?
437,000, and we've spent 131,000 up to this point. Our ESSER 3 money, which would be, can be applied to this, we're getting 982,000.
So we definitely have the money. I mean, how are we going to spend all that money? Like, we have the money. I think it's kind of a moot point to sit and discuss. We have the money. We have so much money. We don't know what to do with it all.
I
So
get it. I get it. Yeah, I just, yeah, there's no harm in going ahead with it, but I'm just curious, I guess.
One thing
Maybe it's
that
a
would help,
long way of getting around to what's the real reason we're not getting participation.
and if it turned out to be an incentive that worked, let's say, at least I would have numbers to work with and such moving forward in between now and the next meeting. But that's up to you guys. I can get you what replies I get through email or however you would like. That's fine. I mean, that's easy.
and if you have to go external, you're paying that much more. You're going to get that many more people.
You know, well, or I believe Onalaska is paying
36,
38.7, something like that.
36, 37.
You know. And yeah, there's every district's trying to find out ways to get it done. So
I think for our kids too, it's great to have our teachers because they're going into those classes, they're going to be with the teachers that they've had or the familiarity with those teachers. I mean, there's a comfort level to there too. So
we want our staff. There's no doubt about that. But we have, Jack probably had on a handful of teachers that were outside the district that have been doing this for a long time and they're really good at what they do. So they want to come back here. So I think they know the system that's been in place. So.
Well, if you need a motion, I will move that we do offer the incentive of, I guess we rounded it to $500 one time for teachers, prorated if they don't teach full-time for the summer school period.
Can I just add a clarification to that?
Sure.
So are we saying the full-time is 20 hours a week for 3 weeks and then high school, because that's the base, is
Yeah.
20 hours a week for 3 weeks, 60 hours. 'Cause I
So I'm
think-
sorry, is high school different or what?
Yeah, the FFA and band, they run things a little bit differently for
Okay,
sure.
okay.
Sometimes there's remedial stuff that happens at the high school level and they run different hours. It's not as cookie cutter as the elementary is.
More or less hours. That's what I don't understand. High school
Probably
generally doing more?
Typically
Okay.
more.
All right.
Typically more hours. If they got somebody that's doing a credit recovery type something or other. It doesn't have very often, but could be more. Typically would be.
So do we say full-time to there? I guess I'm not sure how to make that motion.
No, I would say, Joni, a cap of 500, whether it's 60 hours or 70 hours, it's a
They cap at
incentive.
500.
And in talking to Angie, she felt that incentive pay is cleaner rather than, and that, again, from her accounting standpoint, rather than, paying the hours like some of these other districts. So it would be a capped $500 incentive pay one time.
For 60 or more
Yeah,
hours
yeah.
over 3 weeks.
So Joni, you made that motion?
I believe so.
I'll second that.
Motion by Joni, seconded by Paul. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried 6-1. Thank you.
Thank you. Then just my 21-22 budget is $48,893. It's about $8,000 more than what it was last year. And the reason for that is last year we utilized some grant money or gifted money actually to work on classroom libraries. I think you remember that. I shared that.
How much more than last year?
8.
8,000, just under 8,000 actually. But so about 4,500 of that 8 is Angie wanted to move that $250 per classroom for their classroom libraries into the budget rather than do that. So that's 4,500. And then the two, the third kindergarten teacher and the third first grade teacher were not on last year's. So that's the difference pretty much.
Any questions for Mike about his budget?
The 13,000 in the library, is that in addition to common school library fund?
I'd have to look at that, Jack. I don't know for sure.
Music budget of 2,000, that seems kind of high for elementary music. What is that for?
Last year, Gwen had about $2,000 previously, and then when Piper came on, she had 1,000 last year. And then this year, looking back to Gwen's number, she was like, she said, well, can I use, is it 2,000 or is it 1,000? Anyway, she went back to the original number that was spent in the past, I guess, but really the reason for this year is to replace a large number of the recorders that were through COVID. Those things were taken. We didn't get all of those back through efforts and things. So she upgraded some, she's actually 2 different instruments. It would be ukuleles now and recorders she'd like to do. So that's where the extra $1,000 came from.
And then don't for special ed, I see we have money in the budget. Don't we have to put that in special ed for maintenance of effort, Josh?
No, they can still have a building supply budget.
Which one was that, Jack?
So the special ed money, when it comes, one year when we had maintenance of effort issues, it was because we were paying for things out of building budget when it was better to come out of special ed money.
One of the numbers on there was Kari's, Bjornsted's budget. She's going to take a lot of her own personal things with her and felt that the incoming speech therapist would need to replace some of that stuff. So she went a little bit, whether that is Josh's budget, I guess, is probably open for conversation, but that's why that number's in there.
So do we need a motion, correct?
Yes, Julie, for the budget.
I'll make a motion to approve the 21-22 elementary school budget.
Second.
Motion made by Shelley, seconded by Lori to approve the 2021-22 elementary budget. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank
Any
you.
other questions for Mike? All right, Mr. Mullenberg.
Thank you, Julie. First thing on my agenda, I would ask you to please approve the resignation of our athletic director, Kevin Kravick. And his letter is attached on page 65, I believe.
I read the letter, but I don't recall. Is it at the end of
Page 69.
at the end of the season?
Yes, correct.
I'll make a motion to approve the resignation of athletic director Kevin Kravick.
Second.
Motion made by Shelley, seconded by Lori to approve the resignation of athletic director Kevin Kravick. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick, I just want to thank Kevin for his service the last 5 years. He did a great job, and anybody that knows that works in athletics, it's a ton of work. So I want to thank Kevin for his 5 years of service. Thanks.
Yep, thank you. Graduation. I know that this hasn't been done in a while, but I would like to propose an outdoor graduation this year, weather permitting. I have talked to Mike Stang, Tammy, Brittany Thummel on music, along with Dave as well. And what I'm proposing is we'll be out on the football field. We could rent the stage for about $1,100 for the speakers and everything. And then we would have our 41 graduates on the field, and then 4 per graduate in groups of 4 on the field as well. And then outside of the gate or outside of the fence, anybody else who would like to attend. So that would be I know it's been a long time since Bangor had an outdoor graduation. But I just feel like we can have more people attend that way if we do it out there. And then our fallback would be, if it's poor weather, we would be in the gym with the 4 people per graduate, which would put us with the band and choir around 230 people in the gym. And for basketball and volleyball games, I think we were around 190 to 200. So it'd be a kind of a similar. We would have to make the call on Thursday before graduation because we have graduation practice Friday morning. And I would like your feedback on that, but I would like to have more people be able to attend. And we do the receiving line outside anyway as well.
I like the idea. I had an outdoor graduation. It was great.
They used to be very common. I mean, it just hasn't happened here for a long time, so.
Okay, then that's, if there's not any objections, then that's what we will plan. We will plan both contingency, obviously, but we'll go ahead and solidify this. There's plenty of staging and everything. Mike checked into that and we have all the quotes. So that can be an ESSER related expense as well, since we're outdoors, COVID reasons. Thank you. Our modified block schedule, the survey results were in there and we talked about that last month. And I gave you the results from staff, students and parents. And so you asked that I could go ahead and pursue that. So with staff, we came down to 2 different blocks that we were looking at, modified blocks. One was a 2-day block per week with three days of 8 periods. So Monday, Tuesday, Friday, 8 period, Wednesday, Thursday block. And the other one was 4 block days, Monday through Thursday, with an 8 period block on Friday. And then it would stay the same every single week. So I surveyed staff as to what their preference would be. And 68% prefer the 4 block days, 1 8 period day on Friday. And Hannah Schultz and I worked on the schedule. We have a rough schedule put in place, but obviously staffing tonight will play into that as well. And it would work with that. So I would take any questions on that at all.
Rick, is the rationale for that 8 period day on Friday? Is that just so that every week would be consistent? Is that
Yes.
the main reason?
So we're not rotating like we do now with the odd even.
So the block schedule is like, what, 90 minutes? And the 8 hours would just be, or the 8 day, that would just be a 45-minute?
Correct. So around 88 and 43 with the passing time in there. So then they would have every class 3 days per week.
Okay.
So you could go even, odd, all 8. And then the other thing with Fridays, Lori, is that that's the day that we miss the most. So you'd be missing all of your classes versus just half if you had a block on that day. And we've run into that a couple of times this year.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
Rick, can you also comment, and I brought this up to Rick, my previous school, we ran the traditional block. And one of the criticisms of the traditional block, and it may be justified, is math, because under the traditional block, because the courses were by semester, you could have kids take a math course and let's say they finish Algebra 1 first semester, Algebra 2 second semester, they could go a year without math. So when Rick and I talked about that, I made him aware that was one of the criticisms. And so with this modified block, math would be all year, right? I just want, because that is, if parents, for example, would do research and they look at traditional block versus modified, that is a difference, Rick. So can you?
Ours would be year long. So it wouldn't like, I know Toma did where they were done in a semester, but ours would be, so if you had Algebra 2, you would have Algebra 2 all year. It wouldn't be just for a semester. So I wouldn't advocate for that for the exact reasons that Dave said. And then we still have semester long classes as well, though.
So that's traditional block. You're kind of hybriding it, kind of, right?
Correct. And that's what everybody that I had talked to, like Unalaska had the 3 8-period days, 2 block days. Hillsborough is doing a combination of that. Cashton is a little bit different with their high school and their middle school, but all of them have some of the skinnies, they're called, with the shorter classes. Every school I talked to has some of those built in.
So we would have to have those skinnies to have enough offerings, correct? I mean, like when you're talking about having this math class all year long, but you're in a block, I mean, you're cutting out now how
Well,
many classes you
you
can.
would still have, well, you'd have your 8 periods, but you'd have half on one day and then half on the next during the block.
Okay,
So you'd have that every other day block and then all your classes on Friday.
okay.
So 3 days per week.
But really the same amount of hours or
Correct.
minutes.
Correct.
So it looks like all portions of the survey were
Favorable in favor,
favorable to you.
yes,
Okay.
correct. And Dave, would that take a board approval then, since that's changing the schedule?
Yeah, I think that if there's not more information that you want Rick to bring next month, that this would be the schedule that you would adopt. Yes, a motion towards that.
I will make a motion that we move to a modified block schedule as presented.
Second,
Motion made by Lori, seconded by Joni, all in favor,
aye.
opposed? Motion carried, thank you.
Thank you. My 612 building budget. It's a $60 difference. We have 41 seniors and we have 41 or 42 fifth graders coming up. So it makes sense about the same number of students. The major differences, textbooks last year, we had a lot more long-term leases that we paid for the iPads. So that was higher. That's down this year, but taking its place, new shelving in the band room for the music above the lockers that they have. I talked to Mike Stang and Mr. Jones, and he just said, and Ross just said, it's just not safe when the students are going up there. For the music is stacked. First, they have to get on a ladder to get up there. And the way the music is stacked is they're on little shelves that aren't attached. And there's quite a collection up there now. So they're looking at shelving that the choir room had built in when the building was built. Those have lasted 24 years now, 24 years, but they're now showing their wear. And next year, maybe we would look at that. A few of those are broken, but that's the difference that I have in the major differences in the dollar amounts there.
Unless anyone has questions, I'll move for approval of the middle school, high school budget as presented.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Paul, seconded by Shelley, all in favor,
Aye.
opposed? Motion carried, thank you.
Prom, we had prom last Saturday. I thought it went very well. We had 46 students attend. We had the grand march and coronation for last year's or this year's seniors, last year's juniors, and this year's as well. And we had allowed 3 parents or 3 people per student come to that. And so we had a number of people that came during that time. We had a meal that was catered by CNC Catering, which they always do a really nice job. The kids really like that. And then we had a dance. The kids were separated by levels, by tables. So we had one level here, another level, and then we rotated them every so often so they'd be closer to the music. And that way they stayed with the same group of kids each time. And the parents that I talked to, and then also the students on the way out, were just very appreciative. They were great. They wore their masks. They helped us clean up at the end. They were just very appreciative that they were able to do something. And I'm so thankful we were able to put that on for them. Most definitely.
Any questions for Mr. Mullenberg? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Lane?
My first agenda item, approve open enrollment driver alternative applications. We have none, so no action needed. Item number 2, approve retirement of bus driver Joe Bushmaker, who has been a part-time driver for us for the last 5 years. He mainly, Jeanette Carlson, one of our elementary aides, did the AM route and he did the PM route, but Joe also was fantastic at being flexible to doing when people were out sick or if there was medical leaves. He was, anytime I went to him and asked, hey, Joe, can you do this? He was great. So he is retiring. And so I am asking for approval of Joe Bushmaker as bus driver.
Motion to approve the retirement of Joe Bushmaker.
Second.
Motion made by Joni, seconded by Tina to approve retirement of bus driver Joe. what?
Bushmaker.
Yeah, Joe Bushmaker. Couldn't remember his first name. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm having John actually, a couple of the attachments didn't get printed off, so I want to be able to project them on the screen. They were in board docs. So I want to be able to show those for the detail. And so we can wait a little bit if that's okay. Because I want to be able to project those. It's a lot of information.
What are we missing? Not there. That's, oh, it's. Those are Esther.
Can you go to page 81 in your packet, please? So what I wanted to do on that is give you an idea of what the budget may look like for next year. So this is on the revenue side. And then, projecting out what would the expenditures look like. So based on, I'm going to lay you 3 scenarios out. There's scenario 1, which is the best case. And when I say best case, would be if the legislature would adopt all of the recommendations by Governor Evers. And then I laid out a scenario 2 that was kind of a halfway in between. And then a worst case scenario. So on page 81, the best case scenario would be if we had a $200 per pupil increase, a low revenue ceiling. Our district, because it's low spending district, qualifies for if they look at increasing it from 10,000 up to 10,250, and then also special ed increase. So if you look at that, so if that state aid increase would happen, the $200 per student, per pupil, that would generate $200,000 in additional revenue. The per pupil aid, which we talked about earlier in my financial report, that would increase 18,000. And by the way, these numbers are straight from the Legislative Bureau. So these numbers are pretty accurate, and they do this for all of the districts in the state. Line number 8, which is special education, to 45%. Right now, it's about 26%. If that would happen, it would be $159,000 increase. One thing we do know for sure, our referendum next year does increase $100,000 from 800,000 to 900,000. So if that best case scenario happened in terms of total revenue, we'd be looking at additional 477,000 above the current year. Then if you go to line 12, expenditure increases or changes. So we will be discussing a possible salary increase over the next couple board meetings. If that would be the case, we would look at approximately $70,000 to $75,000 increase in salary. Line 14, benefit increase. I'm happy to report, and I think I did mention this in a previous meeting, our health insurance is coming in at a 0% increase. Our dental insurance is -8%. So in terms of increased cost, that saves us about $75,000 to $80,000 in our budget that we can use in other areas. So that's why that line is blank. If we were to purchase a bus next year, which are in line, we do it every 2 years, it would be about $90,000. We do need to replace a van. One of ours is on its last leg. So a total expenditure increase above what is in our current budget for the 2021 school year would be $185,000. So revenue minus expenditures, again, in the best case scenario would be $292,000 revenue over expenditures, which obviously is very positive. Scenario 2, partial increases. So basically what I did is I halved the best case scenario. So instead of a $200 per pupil increase, it's a $100 per pupil increase. So in that case, on line 23, it would increase 100,000. Per pupil aid would be 9,000. Special ed, instead of 45%, it would be roughly in the 30s. It would be an $80,000 increase. Again, the referendum third-year increase is a given. That's 100,000. So our total revenue increase in a middle of the road scenario would be 289,000. The expenditures would be the same as listed above: salary increase, bus, van. So again, $185,000 increase over this year. So again, our revenue minus expenditures we're looking at a little over $100,000 revenue over expenditures. I think in my mind, even though the budget fight is always the budget fight, we always know that at the state level, I believe it's going to be somewhere in between scenario 1 and 2. But in a revenue, in a worst case scenario, if you go to the bottom line 39, where there are no revenue limit increase per pupil or special education. So I took all of those increases out. So our total revenue increase would be 100,000 because of the referendum. So if you kept in the salary increase in the bus and the van, you'd be looking at expenditures 185,000. So revenue minus expenditures in that case would be negative 85,000. But you very easily could say we're not going to buy a bus. You wouldn't do the salary increases. I will tell you that in terms of, again, ESSER, they're very flexible with expenditures. So if you determine that we would like to buy a bus next year, it could come out of ESSER funds. So I wanted to lay those scenarios out. The other thing I do want to draw your attention to, the other revenue sources at the bottom. So line 55, ESSER 2, which we must spend by September 2023. We have a little over 305,000 remaining in ESSER 2. ESSER 3, which must be spent by September 2024, is 982,000. And that was, originally they had said double ESSER 2. So you can see that actually it's greater than that. So total ESSER funds that we have available to us over the next 3 years is 1.288 million. So I just wanted, this is a very preliminary budget, no action or anything on it. Obviously, Angie and I will continue working on the budget. When David broke up, your new superintendent comes, obviously him and Angie will continue work on that. So, but I wanted to lay out, I think that budget wise, we're in a good situation going into 21, 22. Questions on this? Sorry, you had to wait a little bit. Okay, no questions? The next agenda item I'd like to cover is the ESSER expenditures to this point. Thank you, Gene, for making copies of that. So this is what we have up to this point in terms of ESSER funds. So ESSER 1, which we received a little over $100,000, that was targeted toward CRVA. Remember, we had 50 students in CRVA, so that's where the ESSER funds were spent. ESSER 2, we have the original allocation was $437,337. And so you can see that what we've used so far was under salary and benefits, $57,792, and it's broken down by the CRVA. Our teachers taught our kids along with other kids from West Salem. So the stipends to them, it was $100 per course. So that was $14,900. Extra nursing time above and beyond our regular hours, $1,400. Increasing the nurse to 100% was $20,985. Elementary guidance from 85 to 100% was 8,200. And then other staffing, again, curriculum, all the different things that because of COVID that we had to put on over the summer, planning, et cetera, that's 12,000. Under purchase services, that was 15,000. So online learning PD, extra gas costs for ventilation. I want to explain that because we increased our airflow from 10 to 20%, obviously the energy costs increase quite a bit on that. We used ESSER to pay for that, obviously. So you can see that. And then under non-capital objects, it's a listing that was 58,000. And so you see the different things, level books, PPE, hotspots, Obviously, the big one, cleaning and building supplies was 25,000, and then other things in there. So up to this point, we have spent 131,000 out of the $437,000 allocation. So questions? Okay. Then the last thing is CISA contract, which I would like action on. So I won't go through each area. I will just say general that just like always, we buy services under instructional services, and you can see the listing. We see special ed services, and then what's called collaborative services, administration, and then the total contract. So the difference between previous years and this year's are three things. Number one is, as Josh said, with the retirement of the independent contractor we had for physical therapy, that cost is now, we're buying that service from CISA. So that is about almost a $22,000 increase. Social worker, again, this will be ESSER money. And we are asking to increase her from 2 to 3 days a week. There's definitely a need with families in crisis, and she worked very closely with our counseling department, and so we are asking for an increase, and that's 17,000. Then finally, REACT, which is a writing program, and I'm going to ask Rick to talk on that. I think it's an exciting addition to our CISA services. And one of the things that over the years, I know there's been consistent interest and concern about writing and ELA. So Rick, can you talk about why we were recommending for the REACT and exactly what is that is a writing component?
Sure. REACT actually stands for read evidence plus analyze plus communicate equals critical thinking. So it really is a program through CISA to help develop critical thinking ability in all students, and basically through writing. So what it does is it pairs us up with, it gives us a trained writing coach that'll participate one-on-one with our students on evidence-based argumentative writing. They're experienced educators, and they use different things like experiential learning, forum, civic engagement activities, information and media literacy, printed materials, a lot of different things. And then it provides professional development across our school throughout the whole school year. It highlights existing units that we use already in our curriculum. So it really is to bolster critical thinking skills for all of our students. CISA 4 is a partnership with IM Education, it's called, who's a local nonprofit to do this. Schools in the area that are currently using it: Aquinas High School, Holman Middle, Holman High School, Independence High School, Onalaska Middle, Onalaska High School, and Sparta Sales. I did reach out to Onalaska High School principal, and I asked him before we even pursued this, I was looking at it about, is it money well spent? And he said in his mind, it's the best money they spend all year, dollar for dollar, for their students. It's 1 year, it doesn't have to go multi-year or anything. It's just the one. Amy Close this year was piloting it on a free basis with a writing coach that actually helps the students as well as she is doing those things, and she works with them and spoke highly of it. So that's why we're looking at doing that for 1 year. It can help everything from our ELA to our National History Day to all of our content areas. We'll have that writing coach that will help us.
So I guess if any questions, be glad to answer them. As I pointed out, the difference, from last year to this year is those additional services, or I shouldn't say additional, with the PT just going under CISA instead of independent contractor. So
As far as PT was concerned, is this 21,831 comparable to what we were paying Nancy? Or was it on
the
a,
same thing?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So truly, it's going up 22,000.
Yeah, yeah.
So if there are no other questions, Julie would ask for approval of CISA contract for 21-22.
I will make that motion to approve the 21-22 CISA 4 service contract as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Joni, seconded by Paul to approve the 2021-22 CISA 4 services contract. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Is that,
So the last
that's
thing,
it, Dave? Okay. All right. Celebrations. I've got a couple. I'm again going to celebrate Paul for his years of service, his leadership. He's put in a lot of time with lots of different activities on this board for 20 years plus, and I thank you, Paul. So we are celebrating Paul.
Thank you.
I also want to celebrate the prom. I was asked to be a chaperone and also did a little nursing, checking temperatures. I have to really commend Sue Adams, Julie Thoyer, Mr. Mullenberg, custodial staff. It went like clockwork, and it was really two proms. It was two proms. And the kids, when they left, they were so appreciative. Of course, they all helped to clean up. They had it done like this. Working with the post prom in the past, I've been at many cleanups, which dragged and dragged, but this one, they were on it and they were so appreciative when they left. And many of them said, we realized some schools weren't able to do this year either. So it was very well organized. Julie and Sue have it down. And even this year with the nuances, it went really well. So I celebrate our juniors and seniors who were at the prom, and also the staff and administration who supported that, and the custodial staff too. Mike came to help clean up. And who was here the whole time?
Norm
Yeah, was here the whole time.
with the
So
tie on.
so I celebrate our students.
Go ahead, Paul. I just wanted to publicly thank my fellow board members for the time, the effort, the consideration that has gone into our superintendent search. I think it had to get, it's not a job I want to do again for a very long time. But I think we got it right. And I appreciate everybody's input very much so.
And I would like to add, David had texted me when, he knew he was on the agenda, and I didn't see it till when we had that little break, but he wanted me to share. I am incredibly honored and excited to have been selected to lead the Bangor School District. I cannot wait to get into the schools to meet staff, students, and families. Thank you, and I will see you all soon. He just asked if you would feel free to read this on my behalf after I am approved.
Thanks.
At the risk of being redundant, Joni, you stole my thunder, but
Okay.
I want to echo her comments. We saw way too much of each other in the last couple of months, but in the end, we made a really good choice. We worked well together, sometimes not so good, but in the end, we came out with a very good result, and we didn't settle. We didn't settle. It took longer than we wanted it to, but we did it for the right reason. So I too thank all the fellow board members all along those many meetings, and thank you for that.
And I thank everybody too for all of my emails, my texts. I really appreciate you all responding and just being aware and being cognizant to checking all of that so often. Thank you.
I want to celebrate our staff again. I know we do it, but with testing, I know those dates are in there, but it adds a lot of stress, I think to families and kids and to our staff, which is already stressed. So I appreciate their efforts, and what's being done. So thank you.
Anybody else? All right, thank you, everyone. Removal of items from the consent agenda. Looks like we do not have any consent agenda. Is that correct? All right, I ask for a motion to adjourn into closed session under Wisconsin statute 19.85, para 1, para C, para F.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Paul, seconded by Lori. Roll call vote, starting with Joni.
Aye.
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 We are now adjourned into closed session. Thank you.